finest reporting.
Hello, everyone. My name's Matt Nahat. We have DMNix over here. We are here to join you for our regular session of Eòlas, which is DMNix's wonderful imaginary setting world place thing. And we are going to be voice acting. We are going to be exploring. We are going to be making characters. We're going to be GMing. We're going to be doing all the things.
We're going to be
Telling
going
stories,
crazy.
going crazy as we do.
Welcome in, Tex.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone being here and joining us. Hope that you're having a good day wherever you are, and if not, sit down, chill with us, and hopefully we can make it just a little better. Alright. So, I don't need to ask how you are, DM Nick, so do we want to move on from that question?
Sure, we can skip that one today. I'm good with skipping that one today.
Okay, let's skip that one today. Yeah. Yeah, I've had an interesting week too. It's been all the fun. But I'm doing alright. Doing alright. And it's just good to be back, right? It's good to be back to tell stories, play our characters. Just, forget about, well, not forget about, but just set back life into the background a little bit while we enjoy our time together. So that's what we're here to do, folks.
Yep.
And that's what we will be doing. So, last time, it's been a couple of weeks because we had an off week last week.
Oh, yeah. Last week, we had to take a pause because we didn't want it to not be good, and we both had a really rough week last week.
Yeah. And compared to that, this week's not been so bad. Alright, so we were last in the Cave of Ancients. Our characters had been exploring through there, and they finally made their way through the whole thing. Marigold met a new companion who is joining us instead of Visa. We're using Visa as a placeholder for the moment, just while we're organizing things. But that is what it is. We eventually made our way out and back to Sylvester, where we told them what we had found. We gave them all the information that we had recovered. They didn't have time to fully translate everything just yet, but they gave us some rewards, and we ventured off towards the end of that session back towards the Moot via Elderwood's Watch, and we are currently traveling south towards Elderwood's Watch through the tundra that is slowly, we're getting more and more towards winter, but we're also traveling south, so things are getting ever so slightly warmer, or less cold at least. Less frosty,
less cold,
less snow. I thought your vid was having a glitch. I don't think we're having a glitch. I think we're okay. Yeah, so anything else that we need to add to that summary? We should probably just mention that we were investigating this old story, really, that detailed an old or ancient being that was doing bad things, that was eventually defeated and imprisoned however long ago.
Yes.
And
Apparently for
we
quite a while.
have reason to believe that said nasty might not be forever imprisoned? Who knows? We'll see.
We'll see. We hope he is, but...
Yeah, we're traveling. We're traveling. So we're going to be traveling south for a couple of days at least. Do we want to narrate that we just get there safely, given that we've had quite a bit of encounters already, and we know that there's still more coming in Elderwood's Watch as GM?
I'm good with it either way.
Okay.
So I take your recommendations right now after the chaos of today. My brain's about how it was last week, with all the stress and chaos that I had. So I will lean on your expertise and wisdom a little bit heavily today.
All right. Well, I'll take the reins a little bit today then, as far as some of these things go, so that DM can try and relax a little, because that's what we're here to do, help each other relax and have some fun. And so, our characters, not completely painlessly, not completely advent-free, but without the need for us to simulate, in other words, overcome things, whatever happens, some cold weather, some nasty creatures along the way. We overcome them without too much difficulty along the way to Elderwood's Watch.
Which, for those who missed it, Elderwood's Watch was the last kind of village or town that our lovely party could rest at before heading into more no man's land and then the frozen forbidden north.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you make a check. What this is going to be is it's going to be a flat check. And I'm going to divide the day into 4 sections. Okay, we're going to be rolling a d4, or you're going to be rolling a d4. The 4 sections are early-ish morning, midday, mid-afternoon, and evening.
Okay.
So why don't you roll a d4 to see which part of the day we arrive. Okay, so it's mid to late afternoon with a d3 that we arrive in Elderwood's Watch. So it is technically day, but it is coming towards night, and let's see Elderwood's Watch for the first time depicted here. Ta-da!
Ooh. It's a mushroom village.
It is a mushroom village.
I remember. Good map for that.
Yeah, I figured, we'll do a little bit of cool stuff. So that's what we've done. Yeah. So here we are in Elderwood's Watch. Each of these mushrooms are buildings, or there's buildings built into them. And yeah, it's a bit of a different place. It's not entirely depicted here. There's other buildings here, but for your benefit,
City center.
what we're going to do, would you mind grabbing the drawing tool for me and putting that into text? And we're going to be making some text depictions of what each of these buildings are. Would you be willing to do that for me?
Sure.
I read them out.
So just point to the one and then I will put the name on it.
Sure.
That way I know which one we're talking about.
Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to make this red one in the middle the town hall.
There is... there it is.
And I'm going to also do text on this one, and this one is going to be Medica. Ooh, I like that text. You might have to edit mine and put a pretty text on there.
Sure.
And then, so that's attached kind of to the town hall. We're going to have over here with the white and red one, we are going to have a blacksmith over there.
Give me just a little moment.
It's okay.
You said this is what?
A blacksmith?
Blacksmith?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're going to have a general store over here. We are going to have... So this lot of several mushrooms is actually the inn. And the inn is called... And I'll put this in the text so that you know how to spell this.
I may have spelled things wrong, so feel free to correct him if I did.
It's called that, the Perfumed Pilius Inn. Then we have... Taylor over here. And yep, we're gonna have livestock over here. And finally, we're gonna have, let's see, we will put this, put this on this little white one down here, and that's gonna be jeweler, and cosmetics.
Wait, that's not
Yeah.
right.
That's fine. We're good.
Like, I know that's wrong. My brain's not telling me how to fix it.
It's fine. We don't mind. It's just got an E between W and L. W-E-L. That will be fine. Yep. Jewelry and cosmetics. Perfect. So, this is a basic, very basic, not complete representation of Elderwin's Watch. Also, so that we know, you don't have to label it, but you can if you want. There is a barracks over here, training ground sort of thing.
Sure.
But yeah, that's the basic kind of layout.
Nope, that's not right. I spelled barracks.
BARRACK.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All
Brain
right.
just failed me.
And so they're the basic buildings that make up a little bit of the town, and there are houses and abodes dotting the rest of the town. But we don't need to worry about whose is what and what's whose. At the moment, we're just concerned with the main kind of layout, and obviously there's more on the outskirts, blah blah. But for now, this is the majority. So we are coming in towards mid-afternoon, so probably 3 to 4 p.m. ish. We finally make our way. It's been it's been a few days. It took us a few days to get there, so 4 days or something, 3 or 4 days it was. So it's been about 3 or 4 days, and it's towards mid-afternoon when we arrive back into Elderwin's Watch. And it seems that there is a little bit of a scene underway. We see townsfolk gathered in the middle of the town, and around the town hall, and coming in and out around the town hall, raised voices, pointing fingers, accusing one another. Seems to be a bit of drama as we come into town.
I hope those fingers aren't loaded with how they're pointing them. Does not look like to be very nice.
Yes, dearie. Does seem like something's going on. They weren't up in arms the last time we were here.
Maybe Skewer made them angry with his feistiness.
Yeah, I made them angry, all right. I sort of walked with these good-for-nothing companions all the way back into town, dragging them behind me, and of course, that would anger all the townsfolk.
Skewer, who are you saying you drag? You cannot lift me. How could you drag me? I weigh too much for you.
Says, he says, did they have much sarcasm where you're from?
No sarcasm. What is sarcasm?
Well, it's
Look, it's almost like a cat got your tongue, and I'm the only cat here. Should I take your tongue?
he looks over to Marigold, and Marigold sighs, and then starts to explain what sarcasm is to Peter.
I do not understand. You say thing that's not thing, but then why say thing? Only say what is. You're very strange.
Yes, dearie, some people think it's very funny. Humor changes everywhere in the world. It's different everywhere.
So strange. Does not make sense.
Look, it makes more sense than some other places that I've been in my life. I once visited a town where, as a compliment, people would call each other really horrible names, and then they would laugh and slap each other on the back and think that it was a compliment. It was really weird.
That makes no sense either. Well, it should make sense. Like rock and stone and metal. Metal and stone. Stay firm. Don't change and act crazy.
Anyway, dearie, should we go check that out?
I follow
what
you.
they're
You're
arguing
the wise
about?
one.
I mean, maybe we
Getting
can,
into
like,
trouble
you know,
more.
calm it down. Be nice
I
to
just
not
want to get
have,
home.
you know, a drama-filled location to sleep in for the night. It has been rather chilly travel, and it'd be nice to have, like, a warm place to sleep. You know, warm with hospitality
Yes.
as well as heat.
Warm with fire from the sun on the sands. That is what we need, not this strange place.
All right. And we come into this situation, and there are a number of townsfolk. I'm going to start pulling them into the map who are present, either on the edges of the argument or peripheral, kind of like general area. And so I'm going to be like populating these. If you wouldn't mind going into their settings and just set the display name always for everyone for me, so that we can just see them constantly without having to mouse over them as I drag them out.
Sure. Wrong button.
There's going to be quite a lot of them. Alright, I think that's it.
How many of them is Skewer gonna kill?
Kill the townsfolk.
I think we got all of them.
Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, so, there's all of these people, like, milling around, either, like, standing on the sidelines or blatantly accusing each other. We have Brad Jennings, who is the general store keeper. We have Deborah Snade, the milliner from the tailor. We have Philona Verdane and Tom Verdane, the jeweler and the cosmeticist from over there. We have Irina Young, who is the blacksmith. Lena Wick, who is the Perfume Pilius's owner. Marieka, a member of the constabulary. Raina Vogue, the livestock keeper. And Magdalene Clare, a spinster, older lady. And these folk are milling about, they're accusing each other until we walk into the situation. And Marieka here will call the assembly to order as newcomers slash, people that have been here that are visitors before are seen. She will come up and she will say, well, you certainly weren't the ones that murdered him, so why don't you come in and see if you can figure it out?
We did not murder anyone here. We do not know of no murder here. We know of some in North.
Marieka will tell us about the situation. She says, Garrett Wick, who is Lena Wick's brother, was found this morning dead. He was found in the stables of the Perfume Pilius Inn, killed by a single blow from an edged weapon. Most likely a sword, although no weapon was found near the body. But it was an edged weapon. The constabulary have tried, she will say that the body was discovered by Mr. Wick's sister, Lena, this morning. And since then, basically for the day, people have been just accusing each other, trying to figure out who's the killer. The constabulary have been working their way around them, any witnesses and potential killers amongst us. And there's been a lot of accusations, and the constabulary haven't really gotten very far because everyone's very emotionally invested in this, as he is a local co-owner of the Perfume Pilius Inn along with his sister, and she is very distraught. That's Lena here, and that is the situation.
They're both gonna lean over to Skewer.
I bet she did it to own the place herself and not have to share, yes.
Skewer looks at him and goes, let's not put you in charge of the investigation, shall we?
No, I'm very good at investigate. I should be master investigator. I saw one kitten before kill the other so that he could have more milk, so why wouldn't she do it for her brother, yes?
Is that what you would do for your family?
Maybe. Depends if they had other value to me or not.
They're your family, of course they have other value! Alright. So...
You can always have another litter of children. Why be so upset?
Skewer raises his fist, not to try and punch anyone, but just as a Alright, dearies, just calm down. It'll be okay. Let's just take a breath. Okay, so, perhaps... yes, we've only just arrived in town, as you know. Are there any other details we should know about? Have the constabulary actually found anything? And Marieka will explain that they haven't really been able to decipher much, but it's clear that the murder happened somewhere between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. last night. That is the most likely. She says that the body has been successfully identified, and there's been some like general checks done by the medica and cleric of the town to see how he has died and approximately when, and they have determined that it would have been somewhere between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. last night, according to their findings. They can't pinpoint it, but and they were able to pinpoint that it is this bladed weapon that has been the cause of his death, but no bladed weapon has been found.
Okay. Skewer's not the. I mean, Skewer's probably and Marigold are probably a little bit more logical choice for investigating.
Maybe. I mean,
Thurbold is more likely to cause some problems, but he's not bad at it if he chooses to focus. Peter,
well, perhaps we might at least question those that would have been around at that time, maybe. Like,
They can ask that.
See what everyone was doing. Do you have a short list of suspects? Mariaka will have a look at her notes. She says, well, we're not pointing the fingers at anyone, but there were only a few people in and around the inn at around the time of the murder, and probably we should at least start with questioning them to see if we can find more information about what they saw. And so I'm gonna separate out some of these people. Obviously, the rest of these people can be questioned later if you want, but she's going to isolate some. So we have Deborah Snade, who was in and around the inn. Brad Jennings, Tom and Falona were both around. Irina Yar was around. Lena was around, being co-owner and Magdalene. Rainavog, Constabulary. So all of these that are visible to you here. On this side were around the inn, and you can collect their statements.
So Peter will go up to them one by one and be like, where were you last night at 6 to 10?
Okay.
With like, this grimacing look on his face. As he's like,
Yeah.
this massive stone creature that towers over everyone.
All right.
And like he just uses his finger and writes in a tablet of stone, like he's just scratching the stone almost in front of them to take notes.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I've written the statements in like just a random order. I'm just going to follow that order
Sure.
so that I can make sure that everyone's statement is heard.
Sure.
So we're going to start with Irina, the blacksmith, and when I put these notes in, it will come up as that character so that we can differentiate them.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so she says Lena was in and out of the common room serving dinner. Makes sense as the innkeeper. At around 7, Brad was outside the inn. She thinks that Falona might have been outside as well. Both had presumably gone to the privy. Brad and Tom were fairly drunk. Okay, so that's
Okay.
that.
And Tom's the one that died, right?
No, so I will
No.
put the deceased on the map as well, and I'll put him in the Medica.
Sure.
'Cause you can potentially go to the Medica later.
Mhm.
So that's going to be Garrett. We are going to pop his, yeah.
Okay.
So there's Garrett.
So Garrett was it? Okay.
Yeah, and yep. So that is Irina's statement. We have Deborah. Deborah says she thinks that Lena was arguing with Magdalene. Seems that there was a dispute over a split of money from the sale of mead. Lena and Magdalene were discussing this in the brewing cellar. She remembers hearing raised voices, which she will point out notably. He says that Tom and Felona were having an argument that night. So Tom and Felona are man and wife. So Tom, the jeweler, and Felona, the cosmeticist, who have that building together. They are man and wife. They apparently were having an argument, according to Deborah. Brad
Okay.
is going to say the following. He admits that he was drunk. He was out at the privy when the murder must have taken place, and he saw Raina, who hasn't been mentioned yet,
Mm-hmm.
the animal breeder, hanging around the outside of the inn. Sounds suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's what he says. Tom says he was very drunk. He remembers Lena was arguing with Magdalene, so that is twice that we've heard about the arguing in the beer cellar. And he will mention quite accusatively that Brad was outside the inn at the time of the murder. And he will just pointedly be like, well, he was outside. He had the opportunity, and he'll be very pointed with that, and like say it a number of times, you know.
I do know he was outside the inn. Were you outside the inn with him?
All right, he was deep in his drink inside.
Then how do you know he was outside?
There's windows.
You see through walls.
Windows.
So you were watching him out the window. So
Oh,
you
he saw
stare
him.
at man out window. That's
Says he
creepy.
wasn't staring. That's all right. You can say it's creepy.
And
Alright, so-
like, Peter will just like awkwardly just like look at him and just be like,
Okay, so Felona says Felona claims that she was outside, but she was just going to the privy, and she remembers seeing Raina hanging around the inn. So this is again the second time that we've got someone saying about Raina. We've got Lena, who still needs to speak. So Lena will say that she was in the beer cellar arguing with Magdalene about the mead. That seems to match other people's statements. Magdalene will say that she was in the beer cellar arguing with Lena about the mead. And that is everyone on this side of the river, or on this bank.
So we have collaborated stories that the two of them were in the cellar. We have
Arguing about me.
Yeah. So they're kind of a good alibi for each other, as well as others admitting that they heard him there.
Yeah, and then we have.
We should ask Felona where she, if and where she saw Tom and Brad.
So she says she was outside going to the privy. She does remember that at some point during going to the privy, she's pretty sure she heard Brad's voice in the next privy or whatever, in one of the other privies.
Okay.
Probably singing drunkenly. Like she talks about him like singing drunkenly while he was in the privy and hearing that on the outside. So she's pretty sure, but she didn't see him as well. Doesn't recall seeing him, just hearing him.
Was Tom inside staring out window at Brad?
Not staring. He happened to see him. Remember, these are just villagers. They're just people.
I know. So Peter was asking Felona that, if she saw Tom inside staring at Brad. Because that's his understanding, because he's like, I saw him out there. Okay, so you must be staring at him to see him out there that much.
Felona said that Tom was pretty drunk. Like, she's talking about her husband, right? So it's like, yeah, hubby was pretty tanked. He might have just been like, as you do, kind of just stare at whatever it is and happen to see stuff. But yeah, so she will say that he was pretty like neck deep in his drink.
Where was he when you went to privy?
Inside the tavern.
So he stayed at table drinking and you went to privy?
Yes.
You abandoned drunk to make bad choices. Perfect. Good to know.
Bad choices? I needed to relieve myself.
No, but you abandoned him to make bad choices. Drunk make bad choice, yes? If you're drunk, you make bad choice, and you make more bad choices to be drunk than just choosing bad choice to be drunk.
She's like, yeah, yes. No?
Peter the investigator, this is just bad.
All right. What do we got in the chat? No comment. Does anyone in chat have some questions for any one of these witnesses? We may as well involve you. And we have their names. We'll zoom in a little bit. You can't see all of their statements together. But yeah, we'll go over them another time here. Irina says that Lena was in and out serving dinner. Brad was outside. She thinks Felona might have been outside as well, so that's been collaborated. Brad and Tom were drunk, so that's been collaborated. Deborah says that Lena was arguing with Magdalene. That's been collaborated. She thinks Tom and Felona were having an argument. Now, no one else has said Tom and Felona were having an argument. That's man and wife having an argument. So maybe that could be something that gets asked about. Brad admits he was drunk. Yeah, do you want to follow that before we get to cycling?
Have Peter ask. Okay. We'll ask her.
Deborah, you said Tom and Felona argue. When and where do they argue? Because she says she in privy and he on table drinking.
She says, I can't be sure, but I think they had an argument just before she went off in a huff to go to the privy.
Oh, I see. What was the argument about?
Let me check my notes, see if she's got anything else about that. She's not sure. She says they're reasonably new to the town, like within the last couple of months, so she hasn't really got to know them all that much. She doesn't really know what they would be arguing about. She didn't like fully hear it. She says she can't be sure that it was an argument. Maybe because there was drunkenness or whatever, there was just raised voices or something, but she just thinks that they had an argument.
Deborah, were you drunk last night too?
Deborah? No, Deborah wasn't drunk.
Are you sure? You seem to be fuzzy in the mind. I want to make sure you weren't under the drink.
She says that she had a drink, but that was with the meal, and she wasn't expecting to be interrogated this month today about something that happened. So
no interrogation. If we were going to interrogate, I would use stone and lock you down and threaten to use stone on your face. But we're not interrogating, we're just questioning.
She says, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just having my food, really, and I could be right or wrong about the argument. Maybe just ask them and see. I don't mind you saying that I said that. I could be wrong, and if I am, I would be happy about that, honestly.
You're happy to be wrong. That is interesting.
Happy to be wrong about a man and a wife arguing, yes. I would rather there to be peace in the town.
Ask Irina.
Question. You say Lena was in and out serving dinner. When were you there to see her serve dinner?
Who are you asking?
Irina.
Irina. Thank you. She was having food in the tavern. So...
Did you...
Okay.
And your question was, when did she see...
Yeah. She said she was in and out serving dinner. At what time?
Yeah,
and where was she?
Like, there were people ordering, like, as there are every night at, like, random times. She wasn't, like, looking at the time. Neither are there watches. So it was just, like, in and out serving dinner as you normally do, kind of thing. She can't be sure exactly what time. She says she was in and out all night. So potentially she had up, like, time to do stuff, but she was also serving food.
Yeah.
Did you hear raised voices last night from anyone?
Did Irina hear raised voices?
Yes.
She didn't really pay attention to them. She might have, like, just wasn't paying attention.
So you do not pay attention to neighbors. Okay, good to know.
She says it's really none of my business.
He doesn't know how to take things right. This poor guy's not used to doing this kind of work. Just give him a hammer and let him beat the metal.
At any time, if he wants to defer to any of the others, they will speak. At the moment, I'm just trying to play deliver the information.
Skewer, they do not like to talk to their neighbors. However, they do not seem to not want to snoop on neighbors either. But they want to stare at neighbors. It's very strange here.
Sounds about right to me.
Wait, You ignore your neighbor and stare at your neighbor and do not listen to them, but listen to them?
I mean, I didn't say me, but like, sounds like a general type of town to me.
Do we need
Like,
to
the
have
people-
talk?
He goes, "Do you want to have a talk?"
Do we need to have talk? I want to have talk if we need, but only if we need. We have
What?
business to do otherwise.
Well, let's do the business then. We don't need to talk. If you need to talk to me, you can talk to me whenever, but let's do business first. A
I
man's
heard
dead.
Privy Outback of Perfume appeal for in if you need to use Privy to do business.
Yeah, I could probably do that. He walks off. Go
Well,
find
there,
the
check
privy.
place of dead man and see if Privy have puke or poo from people who used nasties last night.
Oh yeah, I'll be going through it with my hands.
Good. Check to see if they hide murder weapon in their poo.
There's probably
Dig
there's
well,
probably
skewer. Dig
there's,
well.
there's probably a soundless middle finger up as he walks up towards the privy.
Peter will look at Marigold.
Skewer smart. He think to dig through poop to find murder weapon.
She says, well, perhaps there would be better places to hide it. They said that the body was found in the stables, yes? Perhaps we could look over there and see if we can see anything in the stables.
Oh, that would be smart. You want me to keep asking people questions or come with you to see place?
I think I might need protection just in case the killer is still at large.
Oh, yes. I protect you, yes. I make sure I break face.
Oh, that's mighty fine of you to volunteer for that, dearie. Oh, the manipulations of the old woman. Alright, so the stables are at the back of the Perfume Pilius Inn. And you're able to go and check that out. So, as we go, Marigold and Peter get to make perception
they'd be going
checks as they are poking around in the stables.
He's going to the privy, and he's gonna go over there.
So, perception for Marigold.
Perception for Peter.
Skewer is not
Peter
going
sees his
through
feet.
things with his hands, but he's going to keep his eyes open to see what he can see in the privy, in and around.
Apparently the privies aren't far from the stable anyway, so he could drop in on the stable as well.
He could do that, yeah. Okay, so at level 3, DC is 18, so he'll actually find something. Give me a minute.
Cool. What does he find?
Just going through that, please.
Yep. Trying not to sneeze. I don't know why, but my nose is just starting to get that nice tickly feeling.
Um. Okay. So you find a bloody footprint that has been potentially on purpose covered with hay and messed up with the hay. So it's not completely clear.
Get the size of it, if we can.
Alright, so maybe a medicine or crafting or society check? Like, society would be see if you can match it to any of these people, or like more of certain people than others, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, and medicine is like see it's how people are made up, and then
So you said
crafting
society.
is trying to put it together. Yeah,
And what-
society.
and the
crafting
DC
or
is
medicine?
18, you said?
Yeah. It has been messed up, but you can do that. It's
Okay, it's not letting me do it that way. That's fine. Marigold has the best in that.
I'm happy for her to make that society if you want, or a medicine, one of the two.
Well, I figured I'd have her do society or medicine. I can never do either one. And then I'd have Peter do the crafting to identify craftsmanship.
Sounds good.
Even though
I would even allow a thievery here to like. I mean, we're rolling very well. Okay. So, Marigold will point out, even though this thing has been scuffed a little bit, she believes that it's a smaller person's footprint, either a young man or a woman or young woman. So young man, woman, young woman. Because it's smaller, more petite, thin, like thinner,
lighter build,
lighter build,
smaller size. Okay.
smaller size.
Who all meets that criteria?
Deborah, Magdalene, Lena, Irina, Bologna, and potentially Marieka from the constabulary, though no one's pointing fingers at her at this point.
Right. Okay, so all the ladies there.
All the ladies, yeah.
So none of the guys are small enough. So far it's all the ladies. How big is Rainier?
Raina is a man. And he's a brutish kind of.
But he's
beefy.
big.
Yeah, he's ugly
So
as
whoever's-
hell as well. He's really ugly. So let me also, while we're here, just give you a general picture of some of these in description, okay?
Okay.
So Irina, this one, she's about 34. Being the town blacksmith, she offers a variety of weapons and armor, as well as village blacksmithing services. And she lives with her cat in an apartment over the smithy. That's Irina.
That would be like if I took Thurbold home. Meh.
Deborah is a little bit older. She's about 50, 51. She's the town milliner, and she's got a high-quality clothing establishment that's famous because of its dyed silk.
Cool.
She is a widow. So that's something about her. Brad, not that Brad's immediately on the radar at the moment, but he's 43. He's the owner of the general store. Seems to be honest, cheerful, respectful, and he drinks dark beer and smokes a briar pipe. Raina, who we were just talking about, who you asked after, he is the proprietor of Elduin's livestock. He is a slovenly, ugly-looking man with a sarcastic attitude, but he knows his animals and he cares for them well. He doesn't drink in the inn because he's generally shunned, and he's about 35 to 37.
Okay.
And he has a daughter who's 14. She's a cripple on crutches. Tom. He is 31 and a jeweler. He has fairly long, thin fingers and seems to be quite sort of, fiddly and perceptive. Alona, his wife, is 29 and a cosmeticist. She is looking fantastic, as she always does. Magdalene, spinster. He's in her mid-30s and makes a living selling honey. And Lena, the guy's sister, the poor victim's sister, is 27, single, generically just, fairly standard attractiveness. Marieka, the constabulary leader, is all business and is in charge of 15 full-time constables who take shifts and stuff and help protect the town. So that's who all is about.
We should have Marigold do a check of the body, probably medicine, to determine the severity of the hit. Basically, seemed like it was just one blow that actually killed him? Because if that's the case, then it couldn't be from someone small.
18, just barely pass. Alright.
It's really just, is it one clean hit that obviously killed him that was from someone big, or was it,
It is.
precise?
He was killed by a single blow, but it does look quite precise, calculated.
Does it look like it is deep and heavy hit, or more like?
Well, it was performed from behind. And so it didn't look like Garrett was expecting it. It wasn't a scuffle, in other words.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of any fighting, like him fighting back on the corpse or at all. So it suggests that he had his back turned, was not expecting it. The blow is precise from the back, calculated. She doesn't think it was especially someone strong. She thinks that if it had been someone who had a bit of strength and used that strength, that probably the blade would have gone all the way through, but it didn't. So either they were checking their strength, or instead of intending to go all the way through, just kill him, or potentially pretend to not have the strength if they were that far thinking ahead. But I mean, we already have probably a woman's footprint. None of the men that have been labeled are young enough to, it would have to be a teenager if it was a boy.
And none of the people here are that small, including Rainier.
Raina's big. Raina's the biggest.
But we don't have anyone small enough for the footprint.
We don't have any men
That's a guy.
small enough for the footprint.
Yeah. And the hit doesn't look to be necessarily from a guy either. Thurbold will go and ask Rainier what he was doing last night.
Rainier, what were you doing last night? I heard you were snooping.
Raina says he was hanging around.
Rainier.
Raina says he was hanging around the inn because he had an assignment with Marieka, or assignation with Marieka, from the constabulary, and he was due to meet her there. But she stood him up, he says. So he said that he was going to meet Marieka outside the inn, but she stood him up. He says he saw... Oh, are we still there? Yep. He says he saw Felona, Tom's wife, kissing Brad Jennings outside. Okay, so this is new information.
Okay.
And he says that he saw that the hatch from the beer cellar on the side of the inn was open.
Which fits up with us knowing that two people were down there arguing.
Yes.
Did you hear anyone there?
Basically, if you heard any arguments from the cellar, or
no, he was sufficiently far away, and it seems like he was mostly distracted with waiting for Marieka, and also kind of startled that Felona was kissing Brad.
Yeah.
Why were you to meet Marieka there?
Yeah.
Why did Marieka say to meet you there? Are you two seeing each other?
He says, I would like that, but she stood me up.
Why would she say to meet you then? What did she say to meet for?
He'll go ask her.
Why did you have Rainer meet you at the stable area near the inn? And why
She
did
will
you not
admit
show?
that she did organize to meet Raina, but she says that she didn't have the heart to tell him that she didn't want to meet him and that she doesn't want to see him because she's not interested.
Then why did you say you're interested if you're not interested?
Sometimes, she says, when a man is interested in a woman or a woman is interested in a man and they're not interested back, they organize a meeting that they specifically don't show up to communicate that they're not interested, rather than just own up to the fact.
That is stupid. Why would you do that? You need to move to the south and learn how to know how to communicate. If you do not like the person, you just clean
Just
your
didn't have the
private and
heart to
lick
tell
them
him.
clean.
She
And then
says,
you walk
look,
away.
he's ugly as balls, but he knows how to look after his animals.
He does not look like balls. He look like brute, but not balls. What's wrong with brute? You not like brute. Do you prefer fur? Do you want to go somewhere? You'll dodge. Oh, you're feisty. Maybe that's why he like you. He like feisty beast. That is why he work with livestock. And you're feisty. I tell him you like him feisty.
I will arrest you right now, she says.
For what grounds? Do you have
you
legal
do that.
precedence?
She says, what's it when you, what's it called when you, interfere in police business?
Oh, I don't remember the exact term.
That thing, she says. Interfering with police
Oh,
business.
that thing, very specific. Very threatening. You're a big spooky lady, yes? Is that why you do not like Rainier? You prefer them being soft and gentle, so you can be charged.
Says it's none of your business who I like and who I don't like. I don't like him like that. I didn't go and meet him to just communicate that I didn't want to. I'm not interested without having to own up to the fact. Okay, deal with it.
No, you need to deal with it, because he may not understand your, oh, know my mind kind of speak. Just go talk to him.
And Thurwold will start walking back across the bridge,
Okay.
kind of snarking at her and be like, I cannot understand these people.
No, I like him. I don't like him. I'm going to go and lose the stuff. I just cannot believe these people. No wonder they have problems. They can't even get their brain straight.
Okay. But Raina apparently saw Falona and Brad kissing. Or I don't know.
Hey, Brad, I have a question for you. I'm looking for some, companionship. Who's good in town to, be friends with? The lady kind. I hear you're the man to know. I hear you woo other ladies.
He says, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't wooing anyone.
Oh, I hear Miss Filona and you know each other pretty good.
Just look. Tom's a good man. I don't really make a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy?
Yeah. See if he is willing to divulge
20.
this information. Yes. You actually got lucky there because he's trying to keep this. So it did have a modifier that you did pass, just.
Yay!
So he says, look, just between you and me, alright?
Okay,
I don't want to
I like
cause a
secrets.
scandal. I don't want to cause a scandal or embarrass Tom, alright?
Oh,
I rejected Filona's advance. She was coming on to me.
she did the lips on you, or did she do more?
No lips. He says, I'm actually interested in Deborah, but he doesn't.
Oh,
He thinks I'm not good enough. She's kind of a more upmarket, uptown girl. You know what I mean?
well then maybe you need to take Uptown Girl downtown and show her a good time, and she like you, yes?
Well, that would involve her actually saying yes, and she hasn't.
Did you ever offer her something that she cannot refuse?
Like what?
Well, you got to know the girl. What does she like? What can she not say no to?
I guess she has expensive tastes.
So, find something that at least looks and feels or smells expensive, and tell her to come meet you, that you have it for her, that you want to talk with her.
He says it's worth a shot.
And if not, well, you still have shiny thing to make life better, yes?
Oh, goody.
Thurbold's gonna go to the cosmetic and jewelry store and snoop around and look for a bladed weapon.
Ooh. Alright. Are you trying to break in, or are you looking around the
Oh
outside?
yeah, pick the locks. He's a thief.
Okay.
He is the Thieves Toolkit Infiltrator Toolkit.
Great.
So,
Then
yeah.
you may attempt to pick the lock.
Come on. Ah, really?
13.
He's gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
There we go.
So, you pass once. You need to continue to try to pick the lock in order to succeed. So you need more checks. So locks are a multi-stage process. You have passed one stage. I need you also to make a stealth check to stay silent. That is also a success. You are 2 out of 3 checks down. Stealth check to stay silent, and a final check to pick the lock, please. You pick the lock, and as you push the door open, it makes a definite groan as you push it open. It hasn't been oiled in some time.
Does Peter stomping cover that at all?
Stomping?
He'd be coming back from the inn. His walking is basically stomping. I would think him and Skewer would be coming back about now.
I'm gonna say that I'm just gonna roll 2 d20s for 2 different ones of them that might potentially get this.
Sure.
And then I'm just gonna roll them together and then just see what they are. 6 and a 16. So it's actually Tom, I think, who hears his own door opening.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just excuses himself and starts to wander over. Thurbold can either, when he hears the door squeal, walk away or go in there to try and steal the thing. He doesn't know that Tom's coming just yet.
He's going to go in, quietly close the door and relock it. And then go and hide. Since he has low light vision, he can hide where there's not a lot of light. And so that's what he's going to try.
Okay. So he is inside. Make another stealth check, please. Tom's going to come to the door, and he's going to try the door, and it's going to be locked.
Dog, chill out.
He will absolutely hear someone inside of his house.
Yep.
Alright, he would... So, Thurbold is hidden inside. But Tom hears him. Tom is going to call out, and he says, "Oi! Someone's in my house!"
I will look. I make sure there is no problem. I am big man. You need me to go inside and check for you.
He unlocks the door with his key and steps aside.
Hello in there. I come in and make sure you're no bad person.
Thurbold's going to take the opportunity to try to find a bladed weapon, stalling for time just a little bit, and see if there's a back door.
Make a perception check.
Please. Oh. Why are you going nuts, dog? I need you to chill out.
So you take in the room very thorough, like you take it in, all of it. And there is absolutely no weird bladed weapon or normal bladed weapon in here. This is a shop, or a shop front in a house. There's nothing in the house like that. There's probably a knife in the house to cook with, but it's
We're told it's not a knife. Yeah, we're told it's a bigger,
yeah. Yeah, you with a 26, you pretty thoroughly take it all in and don't see anything that could be used for that purpose.
Okay. Is there a back door?
Sure, yeah, you can sneak out the back door.
Yeah, so he's going to sneak out the back door. Peter's going to go in and look around, and he's going to have just left out the back door. He's like,
You have a back door. I think person went out back door. You want to check back door? I do not know if you have lock on back door. I go with you and make sure you're safe.
Yeah, so he'll go around the back door. He says he does. Around the back door, you'll find that the back door lock is unlocked. He can't remember whether he locked it when he left or not.
You should remember things. It is good to remember. Okay. Will
He
I
says you
think
could ask my
perpetrator
wife.
left back door?
She might have left after me.
I'll ask her.
well, there he's going to look around for any footprints out the back
He
to see if there's
will
any that
find-
match the ones he found in the bloody print.
Survival to cover your tracks.
Oh, survival.
This is all for Thurbold to cover the tracks.
Oh, for Thurbold to cover tracks, sorry.
That is a different modifier.
Ooh.
Nope, he didn't cover tracks.
Then Peter finds tracks, and they definitively match Thurbold's footprints. They are Thurbold's footprints. He knows.
Yeah, he's not looking for Thurbold's footprints. He was looking for footprints that match the bloody print. Is
Well,
what
he sees
Skewer
Thurbold's
was wanting, or
footprints.
Peter was wanting. Yeah, so he's like,
I think I see footprints from perpetrator. I'll go look and deal with him and find out what was going on for you.
All right, I'll go ask my wife if she left the door
I
open.
have a question for you. Do you know anyone that has blade weapon in town?
There's plenty of bladed weapons at the barracks and the smithy.
Anywhere else?
On any number of the militia.
Okay, so people don't own them, just militia and blacksmith. Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Okay. I go find out.
You can. Peter also could make a crafting check with Marigold because Marigold is able to like show him the wound, and Peter knows crafting, and so he might be able to know
Very, very
like
well.
what size weapon and stuff like that might be. She made a pretty good check. Yeah, that's
20.
enough. All right, so in looking at the,
I mean, he is a smith.
yeah, and looking at the incision, this weapon has been used really well. He gets the distinct impression of like at least a sword, like type of weapon, like that big. He looks at the impression, and he has a gut feeling based on that. He says he can't be sure, but he thinks it might be a scimitar or a sawtooth saber like what we found from the assassin in Soveza. It's like that. It's got that curve to the blade. I cannot hear you.
Yeah, great.
Okay. So he will share this with the others.
Yeah.
And he'll go over to the constable and ask her.
You need to know every curved blade saber sword that you have in town, for I think we need to find it. You should know what everyone has for weapons, yes?
Yeah.
So, I need you to tell me, who have curved blade?
Alright, give me a moment.
And he'll take the one out of the party stash and show her, you know, a curved blade, since straight's more common.
So she explains that all the constables wear mail armor, they carry halberds, truncheons, which are basically clubs and slings. A
Yep.
halberd is nothing like a sawtooth saber.
Nope. Nope. Is not a curved blade.
Or a scimitar, yeah. So that rules out anything that is normally in town. So you could go to Irina next and see what she stocks or makes.
Yep. So she said that there was none in town that she's aware of, is what Marika said? Or just not that the guards don't have any.
Right, yeah. Not,
Okay.
She's not aware of anyone owning one or of any of the guards, and she knows for sure there's not one in the barracks.
Okay. Yeah. Ask the blacksmith.
Blacksmith to blacksmith, I have questions for you.
Yeah, of course.
So he just like,
she will show you her wares. So there's a spiked mace. There's javelin, a morning star, a spear, an axe, which is a hand axe, a dagger, a flanged mace, a long sword. There are various halves and bosses of like shields and stuff, horseshoes. Again, she does not have any curved blades.
I have a question for you. Have you ever seen a curved blade in town? Anyone coming into town or in town?
She thinks for a minute. She says...
because she would be one who would absolutely keep track of every weapon that came through town, as that is her forte.
Indeed. She thinks about it. She's like, okay, curved blade. Just like, don't. Look, I can't be 100% sure, but I don't think I've seen anyone with a curved blade. Maybe a scimitar, but I haven't had an order for a scimitar for ages. I stopped making them.
Have you seen someone with scimitar recently?
No.
Very good. Thank you for time.
Of course.
Who was it that was the village snoop and gossip? I'm trying to remember which of the two was that. Is Magdalene?
Spencer?
Okay. So he'll ask her.
She's
I have secret I need to talk to you about. You know, very
Okay.
sneaky thing. You know lots of things, yes? Yes,
Yes.
you do. Yes, you do. You know many things. Come tell me. Tell Peter.
Okay. What does he want to know?
I hear somebody in town has a curved blade. Do you know who it is? I'm trying to find. I want to see. It just sounds amazing. I want to see it.
Okay. Then what I'm gonna do. She says, a curved blade in town?
Yes.
That doesn't really make any sense. There are orc tribes that live to the south of here, though, that might use curved blades. They're known for that, right?
But then how would they get in town? I'm sure someone said they saw one in town. You know, in
Diplomacy?
town, not out of town.
I'll make you
Want to see
have
it.
a diplomacy, and could you also, for me, roll a perception?
Roll
Live.
what? Perception?
Yeah. Perception, diplomacy.
I love the dice sometimes.
Yeah, diplomacy to get her to talk more. I mean, okay. So she says, I don't know how a weapon like that would get into town, but orcs south of town. But they're known for curved blades, right? Orcs, curved blades.
I will ask Skewer, he would know.
Mhm.
Skewer!
Skewer comes around the corner, he's like zipping up. Oi, what? I was just done in there.
Question for you, come here. Our friend want to talk.
Okay, so he'll wander over.
She say, curved blade and orc out of town. But I heard there was curved blade in town. She think that it only works south of town. What do you think?
He says, well, orcs definitely use curved blades, if that's what you mean. I've seen them myself.
You lean over and say, curved blade murder weapon in town. We need to find it.
Maybe you can talk. I need to go to Privy. That's why I ask if you come over and, talk. I need to use facility now.
Yeah.
Try to see if Skewer is a little more diplomatic than him.
Yeah.
And observant.
While you're over there, Peter, could you make me another perception check, please?
Sure, I mean, the dice have been great to me so far.
They have, yeah. 15's not bad. So, as you make your way around there, you notice that because of all of the things that we've sort of heard about and the developments that have been made, he specifically looks over at the hatch to the beer cellar that Raina mentioned was open, and that is like closed. And not only is it closed, but it has a locking wood section that sort of is on the outside that keeps it closed from the outside. So in order to open it, you have to open it from the outside.
Okay.
It's no simple matter that was open.
So he'll go open it and look down there. And Thurbold will seek behind the jeweler cosmetic over to the inn and see if he can find any of the bloody footprints or any stashed items between the two.
Sure. Yeah.
So survival, just perception. We don't have conceal reveal, that's the other game.
Thurbold can roll survival and Peter can roll perception, I think. Nice.
Does Peter need to do athletics or anything to pop it open, or he's just big
No.
enough we'll just hand wave it?
Well, you know, it's just a sliding tubey fall,
Okay.
you know? But it's the point was that it's done from the outside.
There you go.
Yeah, cool. So he opens it and he sees muddy footprints coming in and out. The bowl has a look behind the jeweler, behind the general store, and a 26.
Yeah, he heard that there was a bloody footprint from a lithe individual, and the curved blade was the murder weapon, so he's trying to snoop around and see what he can find.
He sees small footprints that match the size of the one that was found in the stables.
Okay.
And they track to a residence.
Ah. Okay, he's gonna go check that residence.
I'm gonna make you make a flat check, and I'm gonna have you, before you roll it, it'll be a flat d20, and I want you to tell me high or low. Your favor is what you say, and your favor is that whoever's house this is, that person isn't home.
The dice hate me, so it's gonna be the opposite of what I say. High tends to be considered good in this game, so we'll go for high.
All right, then roll a flat check. You got high. So the person isn't home. And you know that. You don't see any light on or anything.
Never stopped Thurbold before.
The door is locked. It doesn't seem as difficult as the other one. That's a success. You just need one more success on this lock. That's a success. You open the lock.
So he's gonna seek a curved blade and see if there's footprints here that match. Or bloody garments or anything.
Okay.
Or writings or other things of note.
Alright, then seek it.
So that's perception check, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure is. You find a sawtooth saber somewhere in these quarters,
Bloody, or is it
And-
recently? Oh, okay.
and
And?
you find a document that seems awfully suspicious is left unraveled on a book stand. And he glances at it, and it's a copy of Garrett's will.
He will take it and take the saber.
Mm-hmm. One last thing that you find, because you rolled a natural 20. One second. You find a small barrel of pickling vinegar, and that the first floor window of this house is open.
Pickling vinegar?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure why that would be relevant. And the window on the first floor is open.
Yeah.
Is there any other
Just
bodies in this place? Is
No
there anything in the
bodies, no.
pickling vinegar?
There's nothing other than pickling vinegar and the pickling vinegar. But with a critical success, these are details that you discover.
So he's going to come back up to Marigold and tell her what he found.
Marigold.
Yes, dearie.
And he fills her in.
You did what?
The footprints lead to a house, and I went inside and found the sawtooth saber. And a will from the dead man.
Well done.
You were told to
Serval.
investigate. I investigate.
Yes, well done. You're a very, very perceptive young man, Pat. That's evidence.
Yes, this is why I took it. So we can show evidence to Constable.
It's generally better if find the evidence together so that they know it hasn't been tampered with.
Yes, you found it with me.
No, I didn't, dearie.
Yes, you did. You were there with me the whole time. You just forgot.
I'm not going to lie, dearie. Not about that. All right, so
But yeah, he would shut and lock the door too to try to not leave.
All right, who
evidence,
are we going
but-
to give this information? By the way, also with a critical success, you know that is the house of Magdalene Calera, the spinster, because you would have found identifying documents in there. So it's got the murder
Okay.
weapon, it's got a copy of the will.
So he'll go and ask Skewer to, like, whisper to him, see if her foot is the same as the bloody print.
Okay.
Match her up.
It is not.
Peter is checking the basement.
So Magdalene's footprint is a lot larger than the footprint that you found. Not like many sizes, but maybe 2 or 3 sizes larger than the small one found in the stable.
Interesting.
But she has the murder weapon.
Mm-hmm. And what does Peter find in the basement?
In the basement of
The inn. You said it was locked, and so he opened it. And
yeah, so he found muddy footprints going in and out, suggesting that there was passage during the night or overnight or last night.
he will check if those footprints match up with the bloody footprint or not.
Yes.
Okay. So he will check that against Lena, and Lena was arguing with Magdalene?
Yeah.
So he will check the footprint to theirs.
Okay. The footprint does not match Magdalene. Magdalene's footprint is about 3 sizes larger, but it does match Lena's.
What does the will say?
It gives everything to Lena, of course.
Thurbold will talk to Tom. It's like,
Tom, I heard there was problem at home, and so I needed to check your house for problems. I hope you do not mind.
It's like problems. Like what?
Like your wife kissing other men and possibly causing problems.
He goes, he says, 1 second. He said, it was that bloody seducer Brad, wasn't it? He was trying to take my wife from me.
Did not say anything about Brad. I said your wife was kissing another man. Is Brad the only man in town?
No, but he's been trying to get in her pants for ages, I'm sure of it.
How are you sure of it? I heard he had his eyes on someone else that he wants.
Make a perception check.
please.
No.
Does it involve hearing?
This was a sense motive to see if he was being consistent. Because he probably isn't, but there might.
Yeah.
You don't know, so. But yeah. He seems to be like, and he was outside at the time of the murder, so he's probably the one that did it, right? He was outside at the time, and he's been trying to get with my wife.
Wait, so why would he kill someone if he's trying to get with your wife? Does your wife like killing people?
No, my
Your wife killed him?
no.
They did it. They got together and had an affair and killed someone together? Oh, that is despicable. Do I need to tell the constable this dark, deep secret? Your wife
walks
has a
up in
thing
a
for
house.
parties.
He walks up in a house. It's like,
I tell constable then. Filona likes dead people and likes making them dead. Got it. Thank you, Tom.
he's like, about had enough. Yeah. So what does Thurble actually do?
He's gonna go to Filona and say, I heard you like having affairs and killing people at the same time. You are crazy.
She just slaps him.
Dodge. Hey, I'm just telling you what I heard in investigation. If it's not true, I need to know.
Alright, so
Thurbold's a very nice guy.
under duress, she will take Thurble aside and tell him that yes, she was trying to seduce Brad, but in order to spite her husband. He doesn't like to admit it, though.
So, you were trying to get in with Brad, and you murdered the guy as part of your romantic
Did
fling?
not murder anyone!
Well then, have you seen a curved blade in town?
A curved blade?
Yeah.
No!
I don't know about you.
Yeah.
Maybe you go home and fix things with husband if you think that, you didn't kill someone. Cause
Yeah,
you know,
you can find me there. And she storms off.
you or he may be the one who killed the man, so you better be careful and spend the last little bit of time together before constable come knocking.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this as a part of that. No, not diplomacy. Deception. It's the same check.
Yeah, same check. So it's good.
Basically, he's trying to layer on a story and make her worried and
Yeah.
try to
no,
make
he
her
does a great
think
job.
twice about if she's going to make any more regretful choices like that.
Yeah, he does a great job. So that's absolutely successful. But we have enough to put the pieces together.
I think so.
So what do you think? What do we think? What's your take? What have you come to?
Well, since Peter realizes he can't communicate with people, and Thurbold doesn't care and is just kind of tormenting people, Peter will talk to Marigold and try to see if she will negotiate with Thurbold and get him to communicate, or if she wants to communicate, because he knows he's not good at it. But we know the muddy footprints and the bloody footprint are Lena. However, the curved blade was in Magdalene's house, so we need to know why it was in her house. Why is she covering up for Lena?
All right. I pretty much got the ins and outs there. So, an investigation ensues based on the evidence that we have discovered. It's clear that either Lena or Magdalene is the murderer, the other is the accessory, and it's pretty clear that Lena was the murderer and that Magdalene is the accessory. Lena, when questioned points the finger at Magdalene, but the constable's having none of it. She orders a full, proper search of Magdalene's quarters to make sure that we found everything. You already found the sword. You already found the will. Will promises the inn to Lena. The constabulary will find something that, because they do a thorough search, and there was too many other things and whatever, they find one last incriminating piece of evidence, and that is a letter of credit from Lena to Magdalene for 100 gold pieces. She was paid off.
Hey, Melkov.
Hey.
Interesting.
So it has become clear that Magdalene Calera has been covering Lena due to having been given 100 gold pieces to go along with the story. Lena has murdered her brother in cold blood to gain 100% of...
Thurbold's going to elbow Skewer and be like,
I told you she did it when we first got here.
like, elbow him.
How
Just
did you
like
know
naughty
that?
little Mick. I told you.
Did you organise something? Have you got a cut on this?
I wish. I would like good 100 gold. You want to give me 100 gold to be part? Sure.
With all the evidence that we have, the constabulary will soon arrest Lena for the murder of her brother and imprison her in the barracks. And we are each, as solvers of the crime, given 100 silver pieces each, which is 10 gold,
Noise.
for helping to uncover the murder.
Be sure that Magdalene pays too, Constable McKean. You know, she was very naughty. Very
So I will
obstructing
do
of justice. You need to make sure she pay for obstructing justice. I know you like to punish people for obstructing justice. You threatened me with that.
100 there. Well done. How do you feel that went?
It's good. You did well, man.
All right, and with that,
Have you added the
it is
silver, or are
time.
you adding it?
I am
or...
adding the silver now. Yeah. With that,
I don't know if you
it
wanted
is
to do
time
one
for
double
our
dip.
break. We are going to take a break. That has been a little
Coffee.
murder investigation, which has been fun. Thank you for getting involved and doing the thing. It was cool. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes with the second half. See you soon, guys.
Yeah.
Hello, people. How are you?
Oh,
You know who have this voice, yes? Do you know a game that have voice like this?
hmm. Okay. So, in the hubbub that happens as people are accused and found and discovered and jailed and such, it seems in this hubbub of all this craziness, people running around, that Magdalene Calera has somehow slipped through the grasp of the constabulary.
Marika, how could you fail? I told you to get her. Why do you not listen to Thurbold? You say help me and then you do not listen.
I only have so
believe
many
you.
resources, and I can employ them in whatever way I want. So I would suggest to rein in there and maybe go and find her.
Oh, so do your job for you again.
I will pay you. Now go!
Thurbold's gonna go to Rainier and say,
You want to try to get Miss Marika to look at you a little, yes?
He says, not against her will.
Oh. You come help and we give you credit too for helping with problem and maybe she like you a little more, you know? You solve problems. And a good thing. Maybe make her look at you a little bit, you know? Come. Come.
I'm just like an animal tender. I'm not like you. I don't have combat training.
Oh, we did not either last week. Tell you what,
Says,
dodge, I punch.
he does not dodge. You punch him right in the face. His nose cracks and blood starts pouring out.
hold on. Thurbold has a 0 strength.
That's okay.
So, like, his punch is, like, probably nothing. So this guy probably doesn't really flinch by it a whole lot. If at all.
Okay. Okay, then. That's fine. Yeah, so you punch him. And he's
I said
like,
dodge,
Ow!
not absorb it like Peter. Or maybe you're more like Peter than I thought. You should think about that.
Of course, Rainier probably doesn't know who Peter is.
Skewer, you want to track this nasty little viper to her den and, you know, that way we drag her into the sunlight and let her be burned to crisp, yes?
What sunlight? What?
Go find lady who was here. Track. Good dog.
You'll make a survival check. Says, I mean, it's pretty obvious that there's a set of running footprints right there. And they're leading along here towards the blacksmith.
Okay,
He
then let's go
says,
to blacksmith.
He says, and if I hear you call me a dog again, you'll be getting the sharp side of this stick.
Or keep it in your pants. I do not want to see it.
Alright, and we will make our way. So I'm gonna change our scene, because in the blacksmith you find a still open trapdoor that leads
So is the blacksmith aware of it? Or is the... So does that mean the blacksmith is dirty too?
well, you might have to ask. We're not after the blacksmith at the
Skewer will.
moment. The trapdoor will just go into a residence. Which is blacksmith residence. And you will see, even now, the fireplace is rolling closed. You hear the stone rolling, and it sort of slams shut.
Or it can slam shut. Peter will launch a chunk of rock into it. To hold it
Okay.
open.
Sure. It will catch just before it slams shut. It's still grating against it as if it's
We
trying
need to go into hole. I know you like hole, Skewer, so let's go deep into cave and find the perpetrator.
Alright. As you are going through the house, you do see the blacksmith here if you want to talk to her. She is in her home. She's currently over here.
She'd be up
I
here.
can put her in there. Yeah, I will.
What associations do you have with this individual, Magdalene? Because she come to your place when she in trouble.
Are you trouble too, Missy Miss?
Okay, so where are we? Irina, that's the one. There she is.
Arena, are you dirty with Magdalene? Are you
Dirty?
dirty too? Why Magdalene come to your place?
Goes. Don't move him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, I suppose you can, but something's gonna happen. Of course, something's gonna happen.
Said not to, it's fine.
She says, this goes deeper than you think. And she's going to transform. So, I'm gonna have her over here, and then we are going to replace her with that.
Oh, beautiful.
Here you go, chat. Yummy! And it has a reaction in the charade. Transformed with chain shape, another creature moves action, reverts to its natural form, and can make a strike before the initiative is rolled. So, be like, this goes deeper than you think. We'll target Thurball with a claw attack, and then we will roll initiative. Oh.
Of course.
Ow.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome. And then we will.
You know, it's only half my
populate and
health.
encounter. Yeah, of course.
Great. They act at the same time. Why did it say she's before him then?
I'm gonna have. No, you can go before.
So he'll scream to the others.
Beast, help! This thing is trying to kill me. I do not want to
Yeah,
die.
that's
I want to see the
disgusting.
suns.
It's disgusting. Look at this thing.
So he's going to say, if you want deep, then you should talk to my friend Skewer. He likes it when you go deep.
Gross. Oh,
She did not like that.
she did not. So that
And
means
see, that's the frustrating
that,
thing. He's not bad at it. I just apparently can't roll.
yeah.
That would have been sheathed.
Yeah, I'll have to go through and sheath everything too. We weren't expecting something to jump out at
Well,
us.
he would have been walking around with the sword cane because it's a sword cane. He wouldn't have had his short bow out. So he would go ahead and unsheath the sword cane.
I mean,
or
the
let
last
the
time we heard
scabbard drop
he-
off.
You know, the last time that we heard, she was just running away. So, and we
Yeah.
didn't even know that this one was going to turn on like someone that would fight. So,
So he'll have one or two actions to do stuff.
so it becomes clear in this moment that perhaps the person that used to be the blacksmith has been taken over
Yeah.
by this doppelganger who is pretending to be her. Quite successfully.
And that's all he has. Because he can't do anything.
Yeah. Now, yeah, so I guess it's gonna get attacks, and Devil is
The
not
dice
the
just
one
do
that-
not like me at all. Why are they consistently rolling below 10 for everything in combat with their bolt?
Okay. And she misses just barely, thanks to the dodge, right? Was that the dodge
Yep.
that did the +2? Yeah. So thanks to the dodge, misses. We'll then make a deception check to try to feign. Which also does not work. And we'll try with the last attack, which also does not work. The doppelganger tries to claw at Thurball, who dodges nimbly out of the way.
Oh, you got me once. You cannot get me twice.
Alright, Peter. So, looks like Marigold is in the doorway. It's kind of awkward, but small.
He can't really get in there realistically, so he's just going to lean around above her head and just fling shots in there because...
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We'll narrate that that's fine.
there's nothing else he can actually do otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, just lob.
So he has her targeted. Two action. Yet be a blast. Please hit.
Oh, that's not a hit.
would be a
that's
hit.
A crit. Okay, roll your damage, sir. Your critical damage. 20. Boom.
And bleeding
And
6.
Wow.
That's metal
Massive.
crit.
Yeah. So what is it that you fling out? This piece of metal?
It's just a shard of metal. It's a jagged shard of metal.
You abomination. You are not a smith. You are a freak of nature. This is metalwork. Hurrah!
Yeah. It goes right like into there and just like sticks in. There's a shard of piercing metal that is literally embedded in her flesh.
Yeah, just a jagged chunk of metal. Did you ever play
Anything else?
Dungeon Siege?
Yeah.
It's an old game. Well, in that game, one of the spells you could actually get for combat magic was metal shards, and you basically just fling out metal shards. It's essentially kind of what this is. It's a metal shard that goes flying out.
Yeah, that's all he can do, isn't it? Because
Yep.
he put his aura up.
Activate fire. Yep.
Alright, Marigold will move into the room. Try and make some space. And Mystic Armor should have been cast, so I'll just... That's... I guess she's in town, so she's actually going to cast this now.
No,
wasn't expecting-
actually, we were traveling. And she
Oh,
would
we
expect
were
to
traveling.
have the potential to be ambushed.
This is evening. Yeah, that's
So I
true.
agree that she would actually have it active already because she would expect that we might get ambushed. And you said she does it every morning while we're traveling. So the day hasn't elapsed. If it was tomorrow
That's
morning,
true.
yeah, she'd have to cast it. But no, it's that night.
That is true.
She still has it on. It hasn't expired yet. Ugh.
Oh, she actually misses for the first time in forever with Slashing Gust.
Right?
She has been so good at that, but she's just like, oh, wow, what is this? Dear, oh my lord!
My finger is not working.
Skewer is going to
Skewer, help me.
move to there.
Before the beast eats you too.
Hey, thanks, Blue Dragon, for the lurk. Appreciated.
Enjoy the lurk, dragon. It's going pretty
He's
good, man.
going
How you doing?
to draw the pike, and then we're going to try a snagging strike with it. Snagging strike. Nope.
You know, this is going to take forever if you don't actually roll a 10 or up, like me.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Double. He's in position.
What did I say? Hey, that hit.
That'll hit. And it's flanked.
Yep.
Nice. Damage. What?
Did you know that skewer likes to penetrate things? Enjoy, since you enjoy being lady. Hey!
Awesome. -2 to will saves. Unfortunately, Marigold doesn't have any will save spells yet, I don't think. We'll get there. I just, you know. Second.
At least now the doppelganger knows that Skewer wants to pierce her.
Yeah, I'm sure she's thrilled.
Most people are when Skewer shoves his, pointy stick up through their gut and hoists them in the air like they're a flag. Exactly as Silver Wolf. The finger guns aren't working. Marigold forgot to reload them. She's working on it. So it's the nasty Ritter's turn. I will say, that's going to take extra movement. The kinetic order, I believe, makes it difficult terrain. Or something like that. Let me look. Where is that something you have to take? Hold on. Okay, no, you have to take something for it. Never mind. But there's dirt and metal chunks floating around. Skewer hit. Nice. Really? Running out and hitting poor Peter. What's her movement? Because that was 25, 30, 50. That was more than, that was like 3 actions of movement, wasn't it? Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 15. Wow. Okay. Yay. 5 damage. Yay. Critical failure. If only that made her bleed more, right? You're muted, by the way. At least I'm not hearing you. I don't think I'm muted. Nope, I'm not muted. So if I turn the volume up, I hear me, but I don't hear you. Uh-oh. Matt will be back. Hi, Matt. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Alright.
So I missed what you said.
Yeah, 2 lots of 25 movement and an attack. And she took some bleed, and it's Peter's turn. She's nearly dead.
He's gonna move up to her. No, because if he does that, he won't be able to do the other. Yeah, he's gonna punch it. Blast you to oblivion.
And beyond.
Die, foul beast.
Oh.
Oh. Not a crit, though. So close.
I don't think it's gonna matter.
9 damage.
Yeah. This
Punches
shot
out
of
another,
metal
it's like,
punches into her. Skewers her
She's
to the
down.
ground.
She's a disgusting creature. Thurbold and I have blood seeping out of our wounds. But I think we need to move on now.
Yeah, otherwise we might not catch up. Let's keep going.
Precisely.
So he's just gonna go up there and just rip the door open.
Yep. And there's another trap. Yep, so there's a secret door and then another trap door, and it leads further underground. We are going to go now here. And we need to rearrange. Who would be going first? So so he would probably
would have
be one of
his
the first ones.
Armor on, so Skewer Peter with the other two in the
Like this,
back.
yeah.
So
All right.
hold on. Let's do this because that messed up.
Okay.
I accidentally did it. There we go.
Okay. Let me just find my notes.
So he's gonna have his sword cane in one hand and a deck of cards in the other.
Okay. We are going to have one of these. Okay, so we have another Assassin's Guild member here, potentially the same one even, and I think it would be cool to have it be the same one who has also gained some experience and done some stuff, because we liked that narrative. That one is here, but has skilled up since then, as we have.
I take it they're gonna be super friendly when we come down.
Oh yes, super friendly.
Do we immediately begin or what?
Oh yeah. Sure do. This is the combat section of today's.
Well, apparently with the screams they're expecting to see us.
Yes, certainly are. And so, a few things that you notice, okay? Coming down into this area. There are iron bars here. That have like an iron door in it that is currently closed. The iron door is made of iron bars, so it's just iron bars fashioned as a door. But they are all closed. But you can see right through. Because they're, half a foot or something.
Yeah.
Something like that between them. And as you come on down, that one was a she, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she will just fire at whoever she sees first. So, on a D2, 1 will be Peter, 2 will be Skewer. Whoever comes down first. So 1D2. Boom. Oh. Gonna target Peter. Peter comes plodding down. Going to make a strike with the dueling pistol. This might, what I'm thinking of doing is making this weak, because we also have a locked gate here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that making that weak is best here. It is an appropriate moderate encounter normally, with one of it and 4 of us. We have way more actions than it, but we also have a negative because we can't get to her.
Skewer can't do anything
Strike.
unless he has a ranged weapon.
Oh my.
Told you. The game does not like my characters, and I don't know why.
That's rough, man. That is rough. Okay, so here it is. This is gonna hurt. 16. That's not too bad, actually, considering it was 2d10s.
Nope. Peter's seen better days. He's nearly dead, half dead. Well, he is half dead.
Reloads. And then, as a secondary attack, we'll toss this. Oh my lord. Alright. So does that damage, and then the splash damage to everyone. Splash.
Who is that at?
Peter. Splash. Ow. That's her turn. And then it's Thurbol's turn. Jeez.
Apparently we're all supposed to succeed a fort save as well, or become deafened.
Just all creatures within 10 feet, yeah. So
Great.
let's do that. Failure.
Perfect.
Oh no! I think I
Told
might
you.
re-roll for Marigold. Maybe. Because if we're deafened, that's gonna suck. Skewer. Skewer. Success.
Hey.
I'm gonna re-roll. I'm gonna spend my hero point on Marigold. Welcome in, Dementia. Welcome in.
Winchan, welcome in. How you doing, man?
119. Folks, if you've not seen Dimension 119 before, he's a good friend to the channel. Previous player on our Cyberpunk game, and enjoyer of all types of role-playing games and things. Been doing some DayZ and all sorts of fun. Cool guy. Go and give him a follow. Share the love around. Good to have you with us. As always, I am spending a hero point to re-roll, because if she's deafened, we're going to have a very difficult time.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Right, so we haven't had this interaction before. So, Peter, you're deafened, and Marigold is
Yep.
deafened. It's not so bad for Peter.
Nope.
Do you know about this interaction?
If you perform an action that requires the auditory trait, you must succeed a flat 5 check, or it's lost.
Yeah. Yep. So every time she wants to cast a spell,
Yeah.
she has to pass flat 5 to even have it go off, because she can't hear herself like say the words. It's horrid.
What? Do all spells have the auditory trait? Because I'm looking at your spells and
yeah.
they don't say auditory on them.
Yes, every spell has the auditory trait.
Okay.
Yes.
Because they're not showing on the spell itself. That's why I'm asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Fun. Fun. Yeah, so that's why I re-rolled, but we failed, folks. So it does sound
We're
rough.
rolling like Sylvan.
Turbo, it's your turn. Yeah, well, I think we're all right. DMX has had better times in his life, but you know, we're getting through it, and I'm well, thank you. The Turbo could see perfectly well through the iron gate. Just like the Gilded Gunner can.
Yeah, but he currently has his card, so he wants to get a little bit closer.
Fair enough.
So it's going to move here. And be like,
Let's play cards, you nasty creature.
Thurbolt, with your keen vision, and given that you are approaching that iron gate, you can continue with your turn, but you see that there is a lever over here. Probably opens it.
would hitting it with a thrown item be enough to knock it open?
You think that would be incredibly difficult. You think it would be much more likely if you threw like a grappling hook? Like if you fired a grappling arrow, or have you got a grappling arrow? You might have.
I don't think he has a grappling arrow. He has one sleep arrow. No grappling arrows.
Sleep arrow. We don't have any in the.
Not that I can see.
Stash. Nope. Okay. So, yeah, you think that maybe throwing a rope and lassoing it, you could do that, but not with a normal arrow.
So it has to be pulled and not pushed.
Yeah, you're gonna have to manipulate it, yeah.
Alright, so he'll try the rope since he has one.
Okay. Yeah.
What check
So
would
it'll
that be?
be just fire as if you're shooting, because you're throwing the rope, and then it will be an athletics check to pull it once it's on.
No. Wrong button.
Yeah, so that's accurate. Athletics
Okay.
check.
Not very good at that.
No, but it doesn't need to be that high.
Oh, he has a 0 on athletics, so it's just whatever he rolls.
Okay, you think one more attempt like that, and you've got it, but not with
So
a
he-
single attempt.
Yep, so he's gonna yell at Peter and Skewer and be like,
Would one of you come and please pull this rope? I am not strong. I do not have strength like you.
Alright, Marigold might stay there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. She's thinking probably a protector tree might be good. And since Thurbold's gotten hurt, actually she might.
Thurbold and Peter both are smacked pretty good.
Peter's very hurt. In that case, we're gonna cast a heal on Peter. Actually, you know what? No, we are just gonna do this.
Interesting choice.
Every one of us will get healed for that. She uses all 3 actions.
So it looks like Skewer was down a little bit, and so was she, so
Yep, she gets
only a
healed.
couple points.
Yeah. I think that's pretty decent,
Yeah,
but that's all of her actions. So she channels
but I mean,
she channels Mab, and
it's helpful.
radiates healing around her, and all of us get a little bit of that. So that's good. Peter, it's your turn.
Peter is going to use one action to reach and grab the rope from Thurbold, since he's a big boy. I think he probably can reach halfway in that square to grab it from little man. What do you think?
I need him to be adjacent, please. But he can move and make an athletics check.
And we'll have him do an athletics check. You said you wanted Jason.
Yeah, that's fine. So, clonk! And this will open.
So now Skewer can get in.
Yep.
And he's just going to, with where we're at, let a chunk of stone fly at this guy.
Yep. Lady. This lady.
Right. This lady.
Eat stone. Bitter stone.
And of course, gotta roll under a 10 so we can miss.
Skewer will take advantage of being able to get in there.
And get in there.
Get in there. Make a snagging strike. So she is now off guard. And takes that damage. Would you mind doing the damage for me?
Yep.
And he will try to combat grab with his last action. Not enough. Alright, it is the assassin's turn. Is off guard. He's going to try to move, which will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Come on,
Skewer!
Nice. 6 points. Can you do that for me? Is Peter holding on to
Holding the rope? Yeah.
the rope? Okay. What is your athletics DC?
18. Here. Or you can note it. Nope.
So moves, tries to throw the lever to close the door. And then will shoot at Skewer.
Nope.
And hasn't reloaded. Thurbolt, door is still open, but she is trying to close it.
You're a very foolish creature, you know.
So you'd stay back one more.
I mean, smart, but no, not that
No,
smart.
no. He's taunting her.
You're a very foolish creature. You should just surrender instead of being so foolish. But I do not think you have the brains to surrender, so I think we'll just have to kill you and feed your corpse to the worms. Nice knowing you. Farewell.
Oh, yeah. And she's off guard, thanks to Skewer. Actually, she's not, because she's moved away. Either way, you still hit. I'll still do that damage, that's fine. Just have to remove it now. There we go. Anything else?
You know, I really like gambling with your life. Do you?
Oh, that was nearly good. Nearly good. Marigold. Ugh, she is. Her ears are ringing. She's gonna have to move as well. can move. I think she's going to just battle medicine on Peter this
Okay.
stage. Continue to try and keep the rest of us up because her ears are ringing and she's not sure whether she can actually cast a spell.
Okay.
And she doesn't need to speak to actually roll medicine.
Yeah.
So he is bandaged for 10. And I don't know where you found the
Oh, good. I gotcha.
the buff, debuff. And it will be Peter's turn. Thank you.
Peter's gonna see its close quarters and be like,
Do not know if I can fit in there.
You can. It's gonna require you can because you have to squeeze past Marigold, so that'll
Yeah.
cost more. You'll be able to get to here.
that's the problem. Why would bother? I might as well just punch stone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Eat stone, evil doer.
What? Come on. These dice, I tell you.
There's a
Oh,
better one.
now.
Yeah, with the one that isn't two actions. Still damage. Damage is good. We like damage. That's good damage too.
Chunk of stone just smacks her.
My robe. Would not
Alright.
need the door closed
Skewer.
or open to hit you.
Move here.
You already have a skewer with you.
Is gonna try a snagging strike. Just gonna try to grab her. There we go. So it does damage. And grabs.
Got it all for him.
Yeah, he moved and he's made 2 attacks.
Okay, be back to the assassin's turn.
Who is grabbed now. Not loving that. Oh, I missed something for it too. As... Oh, I didn't reload. Never mind.
Nope. That's why.
Yeah. Did have a shot of opportunity there. If you have a look at that shot of opportunity, it's absolutely ridiculous, but did not have a loaded
Has to be
weapon.
loaded. Which is probably technologically wise. It should be a crossbow, not a pistol. But
Cannot manipulate. It's going to be hard, so we're going to try and escape. That'll work. So we escape from the grab.
yeah, because it's 22 for his athletics. Disappointing.
Yeah. We'll reload now. And then we'll try to get away, which will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
3, 5. And Skewer is going to make that attack of opportunity. So here's the breaching pike. Look,
Hit.
that is enough. Every little bit. 5 something. Alright. Thunderbolt
Where do you
keeps
think
running
you're
away, but is still up, and you think she's trying to get somewhere. Looks like she's trying to get away.
Where do you think you're going? Crazy lady. Do you not know Skewer does not let people go? He tracks them down to the ends of the earth. I deal you. You shall not go far.
Nice. Ooh.
Marigold, you're up.
Need to deal damage there. Marigold. What do we got? She's still got the head ringing. Canister.
How long does that last for?
The head ringing?
Yeah.
Let's find out. It is Understone. Understone. Oh, until the end of the next turn. Well, the end of
Okay,
next
so that'd
turn's
be already
gone.
gone.
So it is not deafened.
So she's good. Yay, that's why we
Yes.
asked. It's like, I don't see a time on it. How long does this thing last for?
Now, she could just do a slashing gust, but she could also do flourishing flora to try and make it prone. Do we just want her to do damage at the moment?
Up to you. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, let's try and do damage. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna cast that. We're gonna make attack. Boom. Nice. Oh. Oh. All right. And
This
then,
game.
and then we are going to Wilding Word. Can you make the save on the assassin, please? That's a failure.
Nope.
So if the assassin tries to hurt Marigold, she'll be sickened. Peter? You know what? Maybe Marigold might not. Oh, it's alright. It's too late. It's done. It's done. I just thought I should move, but it's a bit late for that. Weapon infusion.
Eat stone.
Eat stone. Oh, yeah. Oh, still damage. Still damage.
Ding, 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 ding. Give her all the paper cuts, and eventually she'll collapse. Skewer.
You no get away. Oh. You have to do that as a press, don't we? Yeah. Strike with snagging.
Yay.
And try and combat ground. Do we? No, he's going. He's going.
Do we want to crit?
Oh!
Yes. We do want to crit.
Well, she's dead.
Probable. Yup.
She's dead.
Skewer just like hits her and then grabs her and just like
Jams her into the floor. All right, you're not going anywhere. Okay, and with that, it looks like all creatures have met their demise.
ow.
And Skewer can see that there is a undepicted door over here that would have meant the escape of this particular assassin. Right there. So we got there just in time.
What is this place? What is going on here?
That's a good question. This does not look like a casual underground meeting area. It looks like
No.
something else is
Not
going on.
casual at all.
All right, and you find
How many more are
a-
beasts?
You find
sorry,
a desk over here, and it has a list on it, printed out list of potential targets for assassination. The target that is printed for Elduin's Reach is listed here under the name of, on my notes, then Maine, Maenae, and you will all recognize that that is the name of the town cleric and medic. So, this is the second time that we've had an assassination against a town cleric, medic, medicine person
Yeah.
type thing. We had Fip the Prophet,
Yep.
and now we've got Maenae. And Maenae is a human, so there's not another, at this stage, obvious connection.
Yeah.
And there's a number of other names and towns, and each of our characters' towns is listed, and there is an NPC listed in each of the towns that we have come from for assassination. And each of our characters, being from that town, would recognize that that is the medic / cleric / healer of that town.
So does that mean Marigold's name is on the list?
Marigold is not on the list. She is not the cleric / medic. She is a midwife.
She's the
She
medic
does
healer,
midwifery.
but not. Yeah.
But she wasn't that skilled. There was actually a better cleric, and the cleric of the town is listed there. So
This is a problem. It is not good.
now,
We're going to have to present this to the elders at the meeting. I do
indeed,
not think they will be happy.
now,
Means we may not get to go back home to the warm sands.
so you can pick that up, and we also have loot. So while I divvy out some loot, which will include the rewards that this town gives for doing their things, why don't you go through now any information that this town has in relation to our ongoing investigation? Are you awake enough to do that?
Is there something specific you're talking about, or just make stuff
I
up? You're
thought
saying?
that you had something for this town to know, or something that you wanted to do here.
I was saying we
Do you
should have
remember?
something on the way through. Give me a moment. Groggy brain.
It's okay. Mm-hmm.
2 weeks in groggy brain with chaos.
Yeah. If you can't think of it, it probably doesn't matter as much.
It's been a while and things happen.
It's all good, man.
Then again, the doppelganger didn't help with that. That was creepy.
It was creepy. Alright, so I'm gonna go into the stash.
So where's Magdalene then? Because she's still the one that we're trying to find. Is she not here?
No, she will be here.
was-
I just haven't got it depicted.
No, it's fine. So she's here.
Yeah.
So Skewer or Peter will grab her and shape stone around her wrists to hold her and heft her over his shoulder like a bad sack of potatoes.
You are a naughty lady. You are going to have to suffer and pay great price for your terrible deeds.
Okay. Yep, so you catch up to her, you do that. Excellent. And I'm gonna read out the loot in a little bit, so I'm just divvying it out here.
Yep, take your time. You're all good. No, I was saying we could. That's what it was when we were stopping in. I was saying we could, try to look into some of the lore of Elduin's Watch and find out who and what some. As there
Oh, yeah.
could be connections between that and the previous cult and activities that we had. Or, oh, the other thing was we said one of the, there was a scholar here that had information about the cult of Eternal Frost and what they were trying to do.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what it was. There was a scholar we were going to try to talk to on our way through. We'll probably need to do that in the morning, since probably by this time it's fairly late evening, given that we had the investigation and then all of this.
Yeah.
And you don't want to, go ask someone for a favor and information that late. Peter would
Alright.
take Magdalene and go check and make sure that the medic is still okay. And then make sure that the constable is made aware that there was assassination attempt or list. And show the document. Well, Thurbold has a document, so he'd show her.
Okay. So I'm gonna... Okay, yep, that's fine.
Yep, you're good, man. Take your time.
I'm marking some things as evidence. The things that are marked as evidence, we cannot sell. All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Awesome. Everything else is good. And yeah, anything that's on them we can have looted. Cool. Right. So, as for our loot, things that we've gotten 2 dark vision elixirs, we've gotten 2 healing potion lessers, we've got 2 yarrow root bandages. They also have already given us our reward for finding the killer, so that's already been spread out.
Silver, yep.
So yeah, that are our current rewards. We head over to, what is it, Archivist, you said, or?
Yeah, something like that. Is there any way to tell who the doppelgangers are? Because if there's one and there's assassins at work, we need to know if there's any other connections here in town. So interrogate Magdalene and find out if there's any other connections or individuals.
Well, she will come clean of everything that she knows.
She knew the blacksmith was a fake.
She did not know that the blacksmith was a fake. But she knew that the blacksmith had this room, which is why she came down here. But she didn't know that she was a monster.
Is there a way to identify those monsters? Is something Thurbold wants to know.
She doesn't know. She doesn't think so, though.
Well, no. Like, Thurbold wants to examine Doppelganger and see if there's some way to identify them before they change shape. See if there's some signs or something to identify them. And he will talk with Marigold about that as well.
Yep, so she'll recall knowledge as well. The recall knowledge that you need is society. Just enough. Just scrape that by. Exactly 20. Doppelgangers are manipulative, self-serving. They don't have their own society. They have individual motivations, unique impulses, interests. Many are overindulgent. They are careful and patient. And their homes always have at least one, if not more, bottles of that liquid that you found.
That
the
liquid?
Vinegar. Yeah, the vinegar. The pickled vinegar.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is Magdalene a doppelganger?
Magdalene? No.
Because you said it was Magdalene's house that we found the saber in. And the pickled.
Maybe I misplayed it a little bit. Let me just check. You
It's
know,
okay. I'm trying to make sure I make sense of it.
Let me check. Magdalene was running away. Okay. So, I misplayed that a little bit. Okay. So,
It's okay. I'm just trying to understand.
yeah. What I will say is when we came through the house, Irina, the blacksmith, did turn on us, but she was just a blacksmith or part of the Assassin's Guild.
Okay.
We killed her. Magdalene down here turned into the thing, the doppelganger. She was the doppelganger, so we'll have that as that. And then... And actually, what I'll do is, instead of having... Because this makes more sense. Instead of having an extra down here, the Assassin's Guild member down here is Irina. Okay? So Irina wasn't up there. Irina was down here. And it's just reversed. But that's what it is. Magdalene is the shape changer. I apologize. I got my fingers in a twist.
It's okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
So if that was the case, then they both were.
Yeah, that'd be more. Yeah.
And we need to check everyone's house for pickling juice.
Yeah, we can have a look around town and ask about the.
Oh, absolutely, will.
There isn't. But that is something that we can look for in our other settlements, and we can send word to them.
Yeah.
Like, on the lookout for that. So that's that. Yeah. So they're all dead. The two that were here. So Magdalene, who is a doppelganger, had her own stuff, got paid off by...
So Magdalene was the doppelganger and isn't
Yes.
with the assassins.
Correct.
She just came to where the assassins were to try to escape.
Yes, knew about it,
Okay.
used the stuff again, own self-serving bullshit, and then the assassin happened to be down here, and it's Irina.
Yep. Got it. We're good.
Cool. But yeah, it's clear that they've been planning this. Maybe this area down here has been here longer than anyone remembers, and it's just been forgotten. Maybe the Assassin's Guild uses it. Maybe someone else used it. We don't really have that information, but we do have the list of people to potentially be assassinated here. So there's that.
Clean it up, set booby traps, warn the constable, and make it look, close it back up like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
And tell them to keep an eye out.
Yeah. As a trajectory, this is enough encounters to get us to the level. And we said that when we got to the moot, that would be the level. So it's up to you whether you want to...
We can do it now, it's
have
fine.
one last session, or to get us there now, to expedite it. What are you thinking?
We can just do it now.
Okay.
I just said by the time we get to the moot, we need to be level. It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
at the moot.
Yeah. All right. So we are going to level up, and the moot will be the next thing.
Well, the next
so
thing would be the scholar here, if we want,
Scholar. Yeah.
and then finish our travel back to the moot and
Do
report in with the
you
elders.
want to generate the scholar's info for next time rather than trying
Sure.
to figure it out now?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Because we're pretty close. I don't want to get into the whole RP thing with the scholar and then have to try to rush the scholar.
Yeah. Well, we can
Doesn't fit right if it's supposed to be a scholar.
we can shoot the breeze and talk about our level ups if we want, and then
Yeah,
just
I think now's a great time to shoot the breeze about our level ups and get that done. That is ideal.
Cool. All right, let's do Skewer first because he's less complicated. Much less complicated. We just have an
Just hit
archetype
4.
feat.
So rogue feat, skill increase.
Already taking combat grab. Already got snagging strike.
Juggler dedication as focus juggler. Okay, I guess we're gonna do suplex. So suplex means that Skewer, if he has something grabbed, can knock them prone and do damage to them, potentially, as well as everything else. Nice.
Plus feat for fighter. Just want non-archetype. So level 4. Don't want. Powerful shot. Shield and stride. You have your shield raised, you can strive to move half without triggering reaction. Maybe. Slam down. Make a melee strike. You can attempt to trip. Swipe. Quick reversal. You are flanked, yeah. Let's do quick reversal. So when I'm flanked, you are flanked by at least two enemies. Make a melee strike against one of the flanking enemies and make a second strike with the same weapon against a different enemy that is flanking you. Has the same multiple attack penalty and doesn't count toward your multiple attack penalty.
Wow.
Like, get out of here. And then a skill feat. I think maybe Combat Climber will do. But I'll have a look. I'm sure there's nothing else. Surefoot. What's that? Favored terrain. No, we don't have that.
So I took Reflex Catch or Thurbold. Then I need to do a class feat and a skill feat.
Cool.
If you have any suggestions, I'm open to them.
Not right now. I might in a minute. Just looking through. Wow, your dog is really upset.
Yeah. He probably needs to go out.
Let's do Powerful Leap. Okay, that's all. That's it for him. Pretty simple.
Sabotage. Interesting.
All right, it's going to be a lot more complex for Marigold. For skill
Interesting.
feat and witch feat. So, let's have a look. Yeah, what's interesting?
Sabotage. I'm trying to figure out how it could actually be used. You're basically just really good at breaking things. I guess we could use it on like a door or something if we can't pick it or something like that and just break a hole in something.
Yeah,
Or
gonna-
people's gear, but it has to have moving parts, not, melee weapon.
Oh, and we're learning the cackle hex.
What? Did something on Marigold that said you couldn't do.
Yeah, I know. There we go. Alright, so cackle hex. I haven't been giving her the hex buff either. I really need to be doing that.
You do.
I need to find out where it is in Foundry.
What is it?
So When you cast or sustain a hex, your familiar gains imprecise sense, tremor sense, or wave sense, and it can immediately point out as a free action.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's one of the less powerful ones, but I just really liked the wild theme, and I didn't really want a power game anyway. We're here to tell a story. Okay. So I've taken Cackle, which means that I can sustain without taking an action, or it's a free action to sustain now.
Yeah.
And we are going to take an archetype feat. That is going to be a new dedication. What is it called in here? It's going to be fun to find that. Scion. Yeah, Scion.
I'm gonna do Mug.
that.
It just sounds funny. Unless you have a better one to give him.
No, Mug's good. Scion of Demora. So, this is what we've been ramping up to this whole time.
Right?
Alright, so you gain a Spirit Guide ally. The familiar takes on the form of a Spirit Guide specific familiar. You can take Scion of Demora dedication even if you have the Familiar Master dedication and have not taken 2 other Familiar Master feats. You can't select another dedication feat until you have gained at least 2 other feats from either Scion of Demora or Familiar Master. And we're going to effectively rename it to Scion of Mab, because Mab is now patron.
Well, you'd have to make sure that he appreciates that rename. A creature who said that they've been sitting there waiting for Mab's servant to come so they can leave. Being called a Scion of Mab, I'm sure he's going to be upset.
Yeah. And then our skill feat.
I don't know what to do for a skill feat for Thurbold.
Ward medic. Ward medic. So when you use treat disease or treat wounds, you can treat up to 2 targets. I now get to do double with the same amount of time. We can burn less time. And then let's look at our spells. Make sure all of our spell ranks are done as well. Gonna have to go and find the books for that. Place. Okay, remastered. I think it's player 2 or 2 with the witch. Nope, player core 1. So we've leveled up. Number of your spells increases.
Already Orid.
First. Okay. So.
Oh, wow. That's going to be helpful.
5, 3, 3.
So I can either make Peter Stone, the Orid, an Orid, and get a level 1 ancestry feat. Or I can make it where he can summon an elemental.
Oh.
I mean, it has to be Earth Elemental, but still.
Still, an extra thing on
Body
the
on the field, with how rough things are going, I think that's what we're going to do. We've been having a bit of a hard time. We're going to go with Stone Guardian.
Yeah. Global. So we want things with will saves. We've already got fear. So level 2 spells with will saves. Because the reason why we want that is because Thurbol makes things have less will save, so we want things that target will save. Because that's how this game works. That's how this game works. Fortitude. Pretty good as well. Cauterize wound. Cleanse affliction.
Oh, wow. Peter could make people be petrified if they crit fail his save. Or slowed 1 if they fail.
Slowed 1 is excellent.
They have to do a melee attack or unarmed attack on him.
Still.
Oh, it's an overflow, though. Ugh. Ugh, it's overflow. You know what overflows do, right?
I do.
I don't like overflows. Because overflows mean you're no longer in your stance.
Yeah.
They're powerful, but then you have to reactivate, which means you have to put your channel elements up, which means that you're basically burning it and you're going to have to re-up it, which is an action. It's one thing if you could do it for free, like later on.
Man, finding a will save is really tough. Fortitude.
Ah, it requires fire.
Man, is there just nothing? Might have to like.
Earth metal, what does this do?
That's a reflex save. And okay, I'm gonna have to go back to first level and see if I can heighten one. There's just hardly any will saves. Not one common spell at second level has a will save. Not one. Not a single one. Chilling spread. It's reflex. That's fortitude.
Whirling grindstone.
Here. Already got
Creature can interact with the grindstone to sharpen its metal weapon, granting a +2 circumstance bonus to the next damage roll. Interesting.
Third. Reflex. And reflex, fortitude, alright, well, it looks like we're not getting that, so we'll instead, we've already got Tailwind. We'll instead get buffs, I guess. I thought I could do a thing with Will, but I can't. Now, let's get Brine Dragon Bile. That's... okay. Let's get that. And then we'll get a buff. The last thing. Maybe Cauterize Wounds. Maybe Cleanse Affliction. Dispel Magic.
Oh, wow. How much silver would it take to have light bulk of silver?
Light bulk
Or other
of silver.
precious metal?
One chunk.
Or cold iron? Or one chunk? If I take this, we need to get a couple chunks of metal. I can make it where any of my impulse attacks that are metal are plated in the treasured metal. So I can make all my metal attacks silver or cold iron just by holding silver or cold iron.
Okay. That seems good.
I'm considering that one.
Yeah, fair enough. This flourishing flora is not working out, so...
So the two that I'm considering, and you can help me pick which one, is Whirling Grindstone or Plate and Treasure. Plate and Treasure is one way of saying where I can make the impulse be of any type. Whirling Grindstone makes a whirling grindstone made of flint appears in an occupied square within 30 feet. It shreds flesh and shoots sparks. Attempt an impulse attack. Roll against the AC of a creature adjacent to the grindstone. On a hit, it takes 2d6 slashing plus d6 fire. It lasts until the end of your next turn. You can sustain it for up to a minute. If you sustain it, it can move up to 20 feet. Creature within reach of the grindstone can interact with it and gain +2 damage on the next attack roll. So I could see that working for Skewer if he wanted to up his weapon damage. Otherwise, I think Plated and Treasure is better.
Yeah. I think being able to make it whatever you're doing, like, that's fantastic. I think do that.
Okay. So you think Plated and Treasure is good, and then we'll just have to buy the materials. And it doesn't have to be anything special. It just has to be of light bulk. So if we find a random
just a chunk, yeah. Right.
thing, like, unfortunately, it doesn't have to be an ingot, is what I'm saying. Like, any chunk of metal.
Okay. Now I have to change Visa, and I'll have to find a new a new picture. So we are going to do this because Vista no longer has a master. What we're gonna do
Visa is technically gone because we said last time she disappeared.
So I'm actually gonna put her in Soveza folder for the moment.
Yeah.
And then we're going to add a party member, which is going to be a familiar. And this familiar, I did have a name that I wanted, but I think I've lost it. So I'll find another one now. Just gonna put a placeholder here for the moment. Okay, so we're going to select Marigold as the master. We are going to
I still need to figure out skill feats, so if you have any suggestions, let me know. I'm going to go deal with the dog so he stops constantly whining and being so obnoxious, so I'll be right back.
How do I make this specific again? legacy content. Have to be able to. Gotta be a thing. Either way, I'm going to have the focus. Abilities. Gonna have independent.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
I'm just working on getting the familiar sorted.
Okay.
Started. And Snoop, which we don't care about at the moment. Actually, I will.
Fox Fawn. Love it. Great name.
It's just a placeholder.
Oh, I know, I know. You know I had to mess with you on it, though. Just because it's funny.
It gets independent life link. Link. And nimble guide. Sorry, speech. Speech. Okay. So granted abilities is 3, required abilities is 3. I'm just trying to work out how I make this a specific familiar.
Let me know if you need help, and I can take a look at it. I'm just trying to figure out what to do for Peter and Thurbold for skill feats. Because those are always super easy to decide and do.
Yeah, I can't see it here. I might have to ask in Discord.
We can get foragers so we don't have to worry about food.
I'll find the specific spirit guide. How do I the spirit set? Specific familiars module. Would you please be able to get the specific familiars module?
The specific familiars module?
Yes, please.
Let me look.
You won't be able to look at it while we're in the game.
Yeah, I can.
Unless
it's a separate web page.
Unless you've already got it and it's just not active. So it's skill feats that you're looking for your 2 characters, is that correct?
Yep. Do you have 2 specific familiars?
Yes. Please. So, Peter.
We'll need to restart the server for the package to become available.
Yep. That's alright. So once we finish, do you want to finish up and then like I can look around and suggest, and do we want to finish the
yeah, I know we need to wrap it up. I was trying to figure out the skill feat to give the 2 of them. Other than that, I think we're basically done. So let's wrap up the stream, and then we can do what needs to be done. I can restart the server if we need, and we can look at that for a little bit, and then crash and get some rest, or get on with your day.
All right.
Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Hope you guys enjoyed.
Been fun. Let's have a look at the Great Land of Twitch. See if there's anyone playing tabletop role-playing games. We haven't been to No Man before.
Oh, someone's doing Paranoia. It looks like. That's cool.
It's cool.
Where'd you say you wanted to go?
I'm going to visit Nome, and I haven't been there before, so...
I don't see them.
Don't see them? Just in tabletop RPGs.
Yeah, I figured that's where you said they were, but...
Oh, they're raiding out. Okay.
Well, there you go.
They're raiding out. If Insomnia Night, I guess. Yeah, we'll just go to...
None that I know.
Go to Insomnia Night. By the way, guys, as we go to Insomnia Night, know that they swear a lot. Very adult, definitely not safe for work. But they're doing RPGs, so let's go give them some love. There we go. Yeah, so safe warning. Please look after yourselves. Be kind to one another. And from me, Matt in the Hat, we'll catch you next time.
Thank you all for being here. Till next time, as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you guys next time.